despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-Beck allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-Beck allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-Baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.tv beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha-Sung Baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season. That's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha-Sung Baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season. That's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for 12:05 p.m. at Minute Maid Park. Seattle fell 9-4 to the Astros Saturday night as starter Cha Sung-baek allowed 6 earned runs in just 4 innings, forcing the tired bullpen to pick up the slack. But the offensive production proved to be too little, too late, despite Ichiro's 3 hits and 2 steals. The Astros bats exploded for 13 hits, including 3 by catcher Brad Ausmus and homers by Craig Biggio and Morgan Ensberg. Biggio is now 11 hits shy of 3,000 on his career. Right-hander Woody Williams went 6 2/3 innings for the 3rd win of the season for himself, despite giving up 4 runs on 8 hits. Jared Washburn is looking for his first win since May 27th, but is coming off a strong outing in Chicago where the southpaw allowed 2 runs on 5 hits over 6 innings. Washburn has been tough on the road this season, posting a 2.41 ERA in 5 starts, and has been much tougher on left-handed batters than in years past. Lefty batters are hitting just .235 off the 32-year-old in 2007. Roy Oswalt has gone at least 6 innings in 12 straight starts, but hasn't won since May 12th. The right-hander fanned a season-high 10 over 6 frames versus Oakland in his last start. Oswalt is 3rd among active pitchers with a .671 winning percentage, tied with Toronto's Roy Halladay. Ichiro extended his hitting streak to 12 games and has hit safely in 37 of his last 39 games. The Mariners center fielder is batting .348 on the season, that's 2nd in the American League. Yuniesky Betancourt had 2 hits Saturday and is hitting .327 since starting the season cold with a .239 month of April. Hunter Pence leads all rookies with a .333 batting average, 15 doubles, 5 triples, and a .563 slugging percentage. Mike Lamb went 2 for 3 Saturday and has hits in 9 of his last 12 at-bats. And closer Brad Lidge has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 15 innings, but he's 0 for 3 in save opportunities this season. It's the Mariners and the Astros. Washburn taking on Oswalt. Game time set for 12:05 p.m. in the Juice Box. You can see it live right here on MLB.TV beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The Houston Astros look to complete the three-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners with their ace on the hill. Roy Oswalt will get the start for Houston against the Mariners' lefty, Jared Washburn. First pitch is set for
Father's Day, Dad. I want to thank you for all that you've done for me. I'm truly a blessed man to have the Lord give me such a wonderful father. I'm just so very grateful. Thank you, Dad. Happy Father's Day for all that you've done.
Hey, Dad, I want to wish you a happy Father's Day. Hope you have a great day, and to all the fathers out there, have a great Father's Day.
Live from Minute Maid Park on Father's Day, Prostate Cancer Awareness Day. Welcome to Astros Baseball, as today on FSN Houston, it's the Seattle Mariners against the Houston Astros in Interleague Baseball. The Astros go for a sweep of this three-game Interleague weekend series. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Father's Day. Prostate Cancer Awareness on everybody's minds here today. And JD, the Astros are playing good baseball.
Indeed, they are. Got a chance to sweep this series, finish the homestand with a 4-2 record before heading out to Anaheim. They hand the ball to Roy Oswalt today. Not a bad option when you're looking for a W at home. He's been unbelievable in his career at Minute Maid Park, to the tune of a 57-19 record. This year, 9 home starts, 4-1 with an ERA of 1.97. His last 3 starts, however, in this ballpark, despite pitching well, 20 innings pitched, just 4 runs allowed, 3 no decisions for the Wizard. He needs to pick up a W.
Jared Washburn, his mound opponent, has been good on the road. Coming up, fathers and the families are here to enjoy Astros baseball on the final game of the homestand, which comes your way next. Baseball on FSN Houston is being brought to you by Bud.tv, by your Texas area Ford dealers, by Jack in the Box, and by Southwest Airlines. We've had some rain in the area. Inside here, it's the finale of this homestand. The Astros 3-2 on this homestand. Here's the Seattle club they're facing today. The lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Ichiro Suzuki leading it off at center field. Then it's Jose Lopez at third base. Jose Vidro at second base. Raul Ibanez in left field, the cleanup man. Richie Sexton at first base. Ben Broussard in right field. Kenji Jojima, the catcher. Unieski Betancourt, the shortstop. Jared Washburn on the mound for the Mariners. For the Astros, it's the Wizard Roy Oswalt. And he faces Ichiro on a 12-game hitting streak. And Ichiro goes for the first pitch and fouls it, strike one. He's now up to 348, the second best average in the American League, after going 5 for 8 in this weekend series. He has 5 homers, 34 runs batted in, and he has stolen 19 bases. That was popped up, foul. Brad Ausmus over by the camera well. Can't get to it. It bounces on the dugout roof. No balls and 2 strikes. Ichiro with the 5 hits, having a big series. He is 1 for 3 in his career against the Wizard, and a .389 career hitter against the Houston Astros. For Roy, 6 wins, 4 losses this year, and he has done very well in interleague play in his career. And gets him on a curveball. Ichiro retired as Ausmus throws it to first for out number 1. Rico scouting report gives you more.
Roy very good last time out against the Oakland A's. He's been very good in this ballpark in his career, 57 and 29. .97 is ERA in this ballpark this year. Uncle Charlie's back. That curveball that was so effective last time against the A's. He just broke it out right there to punch out Ichiro. It's been 6 starts since the Wizards picked up a W. This will be a good time to get one.
Strike one call to Jose Lopez, 293, 7 homers, 38 runs batted in. Lopez had a 3-hit game yesterday, and he's 4 for 8 in this series. Fastball jams him, and it's popped up to the shortstop, Eric Brundlett, for out number 2. In today's game, we're participating in the Home Run Challenge. Today, every home run in this game raises $20,000 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by calling 800-798-CURE or 2873. And it looks as if will be about a $2 million contribution. There's strike one at the pace that has been set. This is the final day for that home run challenge. Jose Vidro, 287, 3 homers, 20 runs batted in, and it's a strike, and quickly it's 0-2. Vidro hit that drew the walk in the 7th inning last night, and then Guillen hit the fly ball to center field as Dave Borkowski found that Vidro's very selective, but here Roy's out in front, 0-2. And he hits the curveball over shortstop into left center field. A 2-out single for Vidro. That one hung up. And the Mariners, who are hitting .282 as a team, have their first base runner of the game.
That looked like Roy wanted to backdoor that curveball. And it just stayed up out over the plate a little bit. Vidro's just a good hitter. He's one of the better 2-strike hitters, has been for the last decade or so.
Raul Ibanez is hitless in this weekend series. There's ball 1 to him. 281 for the season. 4 homers, 44 runs batted in. 0 for 7 here in Houston this weekend. He hit 33 homers last year and drove in 123 runs. Good movement, takes it to the corner, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. The home plate umpire is Brian Knight. Roy Oswalt has pitched 1 game in his career against Seattle, and he did not get a decision. Pitched well. Tap foul. It's a 1 ball, 2 strike count to Ibanez. Roy got a no decision in Seattle in 2002, giving up 2 earned runs in 7 innings. The Astros won it late, 3-2. And a foul tip strikeout ends the first inning. A sharp one for the Wizard. No runs, a hit, and a man left. The Astros come up against lefty Jared Washburn in a moment. coming up. Southwest Airlines brings you the Astros starting lineup. It starts with Chris Burke, the right fielder. Mark Loretta's at second base. Hunter Pence batting third is in center field with Carlos Lee, the left fielder, batting fourth. Then it's Morgan Ensberg at third base, Mike Lamb at first base, Brad Ausmus the catcher, Eric Bruntlett at shortstop, Roy Oswalt on the mound for Houston. And it's lefty Jared Washburn pitching today for the Mariners. Chris Burke gets it started. Washburn comes after him and gets strike one to a .235 hitter with 1 home run and 7 runs batted in. Washburn's high with that one, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Jared is 5-5. He has a 3.87 ERA.
Solid number. Second year in a Seattle Mariner uniform. Last year 8-14 for them, and did not get much run support.
It's 2-2. He's from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Faced the Astros once here and had to leave after 2 innings of scoreless ball with back spasm. Broken bat grounder. Jose Lopez takes care of the out. He made an error last night as Craig Biggio led off the game on a ground ball he hit. Rico Scouting Report gives you more on the veteran lefty.
He's got all 4 pitches: fastball, curve, slider, change. His changeup kind of a fork ball. He's been very good on the road in his career. 52-34. This year 3-1 with a 2.41 ERA. Gets a lot of outs in the air. Likes to work the top of the strike zone with a riding fastball. Very competitive. Works quickly.
Mark Loretta looks at it, and it's ball 1 to Mark. 314 for Loretta, 1 homer and 16 runs batted in. A big series, 4 hits and 7 runs batted in. 4 hits and 7 at bats rather, and he has a 4-game hitting streak going. It's 2-0 to Loretta with Hunter Pence on deck. Right-handed hitters are hitting .273 against Washburn. Washburn's been very good away from home. Gets that one in for strike 1 call and a 2-1 count. He is 3-1 on the road in 5 starts with a 2.41 ERA. Pitched well on his last start Tuesday night at Chicago. Did not get a decision. In that game, though, he walked 5 in 6 innings, and that ties his career high. He had a rough first inning, throwing 29 pitches in that last game, and that's what he's done for the year.
And the numbers are pretty good. Not a big strikeout guy. 44 punch-outs and 81 in the 3rd innings. Keeps the ball in the ballpark for a fly ball pitcher.
Inside for ball 3.
Haven't seen him pitch much. You can tell here in the early going he likes to cut that fastball in on the right-handed hitters. Probably once he feels like they're thinking in there, he'll start throwing that forky down and away. Like that. Sinker.
And it's the 1-out walk. Mark Loretta draws his 19th walk of the year. He has more walks than strikeouts. Sign of a very good hitter. He's aboard for Hunter Pence. Hunter with .333 has 5 homers, 26 runs batted in, 15 doubles and 5 triples. He has 1 hit in this series. That was a triple last night in the 1st inning, and it got Craig Biggio home with the 1st run. Bunted. Washburn in. Bare hands. Doesn't get him. A bunt single for Hunter Pence, getting Mark Loretta to second with 1 out. Surprise element paid off for Hunter Pence.
Well, with his speed, he's certainly capable of getting a base hit with a bunt. He's trying to push this down the 3rd baseline. He didn't get it where he wanted to, but it ended up being a pretty good bunt out far enough away from Jojima where Washburn had to come in and get it, spin all the way around and make that throw. By the time he did it, Pence was able to beat it.
Pence on with a bunt single for Carlos Lee. 305 for Carlos, 11 homers, 55 runs batted in, 4 hits in this series and an RBI. He leads the National League in runs batted in. Looks at ball 1. Lee's on a 4-game hitting streak.
Lee, the only Astro hitter who's had a significant number of at-bats against Washburn, and he's been good against him, 10 out of 33. That's a .303 batting average. I'll save you from having to do the math.
Thank you. That was nice of you.
Yeah. It's Sunday. It's Father's Day. I don't want people grinding. You're supposed to be able to relax and enjoy the ball game.
Exactly. In tight, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike. Seattle's starting pitchers have not fared well in this series. Cha-Sung Beck last night gave up 6 earned runs in 4 innings. In the opener, Felix Hernandez allowed 4 runs in 6 innings Friday night. Line drive, caught, and Vidro does not get the double play. Tried to scoop it right out of his glove to Betancourt. 2 outs. Our Coors Light cold blast came from Morgan Ensberg last night. He entered the game in a double switch, and his first at bat came in the 8th inning. That was his first home run here at home this season.
Hanging slider up on the train tracks turned a 7-4 game into a 9-4 game.
That was the final margin of victory for the Astros and Woody Williams. Now Morgan Ensberg looks at ball 1 and almost hit him on the right leg. 222 for Morgan, 7 home runs and 19 runs batted in. And as he said this morning, thankfully that one did not hook foul. He's had a few of those this year.
Because of that home run, Phil Garner opted for Brian Moeller in the 9th, saving Chad Qualls, who had already worked in the 8th, and then Dan Wheeler, who would have been the closer last night. Brad Lidge given the night off, so it was a pretty important home run.
Washburn brings it in, and it's 3 balls and no strikes with the home run. Ensberg moved into sole possession at second on the all-time Astros home run list for 3rd baseman.
Green light, green light, green light, green light.
Strike makes it 3-1 now with Mike Lamb on deck. Ensberg has hit .255 against lefties. This lefty, Washburn, went to the University of Wisconsin Oshkosh, member of a Division III championship team. He won 18 and lost 6 in 2002 for the World Series winning Angels, but he was 0-2 in that World Series. Flared foul. Richie Sexson comes over and will not have a play. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now with 2 outs, the runners will be breaking.
You know, guy's got either good life on his fastball or he hides it a little bit, and he throws a 3-1 fastball right there, and the hitter's behind it. Either that or the bat's dragging a little bit.
That's ball 4, and now the bases are loaded, and just as in his last start against the Cubs, Washburn is struggling in the first inning. He's thrown 22 pitches so far in this first inning compared to 29 in his last start first inning. His last 3 starts, he's 0-1 with a 6.91 ERA, and he has the bases loaded and faces Mike Lamb. He's thrown 12 balls and 10 strikes so far. Lamb, who's been torrid, takes ball 1. His batting average has climbed to .299. He has 4 homers, 12 runs batted in. Just ripping the ball. Lamb had 6 consecutive hits. He's 9 for 17 on the homestand. And it's 2 balls, no strikes. Mark Loretta at third base. Hunter Pence at second. Morgan Ensberg at first, and a 2-0 count. Lamb started at third last night. He had 2 hits and a walk. Fly ball, right center field. Ichiro on the run. That's a deep drive. A Mike Lamb slam. Home run number 5 for Mike Lamb, and the Astros Astros grab a 4-0 lead on Father's Day. Second career grand slam. And the Astros get their 4th of the year. And with that home run by Mike, another $20,000 has been raised for prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 800-798-CURE or go online to www.prostatecancerfoundation.org. What a big blast that was into the bullpen.
Man, is he seeing it well. And swinging it well. And I know one dad that's busting his buttons right now. Bob Lamb, got to be loving that. First blood again for the Astros. All 3 games of this series. Jumping out early.
Brad Ausmus just took strike 1. That's a 1-1 count. 274 for Brad. 1 homer and 15 runs batted in. Lamb gets the big hit after 2 walks and a bunt single. Ausmus has been doing the same thing as Lamb on this homestand, ripping the ball. 5 for 7 for Brad. Lamb now has 16 runs batted in. The roller goes out to second where Vidro gathers it in. And in the first, the Astros stir things up on Father's Day with 4 runs on 2 hits. They lead it 4-0. Of this series coming up later on the Dodge Texas Truck Stop. We'll hear what Roy Oswalt's favorite non-baseball sport is. Stay tuned for that. Probably one of his favorite things about pitching is having a 4-0 lead after 1 inning. Brad Ausmus out to talk with him before he faces Richie Sexson. That's a nice start. Grand slam in the first inning, provided by Mike Lamb, and the Astros with their 4th slam of the year. Have the Wizard on the mound, shooting for win number 7. He has not won in his last 6 starts. Richie Sexson, 194, has 10 home runs, and there's strike 1 to him. Driven in 38, but the Mariners came back very well in last night's game. The Astros had a big lead. Fly ball near the right field line, coming over Chris Burke. That lands in front of him, and Sexson is on with a single.
Yeah, we talked about it last night. The Mariners are a pretty free swinging bunch of hitters, and whenever a starting pitcher gets a comfortable lead early, the mandate is be aggressive, throw strikes, don't walk anybody, and that really plays to the strength of the Seattle Mariner hitter. So it'll be interesting to see how Oswalt works it here. Of course, he doesn't really change his game plan very much anyway. He's usually very, very aggressive. 6-4 this year with a 3.44 ERA and 102 innings, among the league leaders in many categories. Just hasn't picked up a win in a while.
Strike 1 on Ben Broussard. 261, 3 homers, and 9 runs batted in for Broussard. That rolls out past the mound. Cutting over Ensberg. Throwing. Safe. That ball just wasn't hit hard at all. And Broussard, with the soft roller, gets an infield hit. Runners at first and second. Nobody out.
He hit that ball with his thumbs, I do believe. Yeah, he got in there. This has a lot of funky spin on it. It was hits like that kind of got to Roy last time, and it was in the second inning. The Ace put 3 fairly soft hits together, along with a real solid hit, the double by Joe Kennedy, the opposing pitcher. Big blows against Roy in that game.
So Broussard from Beaumont, Texas, back close to home, is aboard for Kenji Jojima.
Can't believe a big, strong Texan like that is going to take that hit.
Ball one to Jojima, 320, 7 homers, 27 runs batted in. 1 hit in this series for Jojima. He's facing Oswalt for the first time in his career. He just got to the American League last year from Japan. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Jojima. And a very effective catching situation for the Mariners with Jojima and Burke this year. That one comes in and they appeal at first. He went on a Doug Eddings call. It's 1-2 to Jojima.
Sure he did.
Roy Oswalt in his career 8-3 with a 3.10 ERA against the American League. And that's strike 3. That's his 3rd K.
The pitching right there. In, and then bus went over the outside corner, although Ausmus wanted that ball in again. And maybe he missed his spot. Maybe he just disregarded Brad and threw it where he wanted to. Sometimes as a pitcher, you do that. You just get into a rhythm and you want to pitch. And as long as you're throwing the pitch that the catcher wants, it's not so important to throw to the location.
Unieski Betancourt's the batter. Fouls it back. Strike 1. 3-0-1 for Betancourt. 4 home runs, 28 runs batted in. 3 hits, 2 runs batted in for him in this series.
Now, if the catcher calls for a curveball, you wouldn't want to throw a fastball in that situation without shaking him off. But sometimes with location, you'll disregard it because you're in a hurry to make the pitch.
Whoops,
nice play.
The visor slipped, but she got the ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. You reckon it hit that visor on the way down, maybe? She got it. That's all that counts. Upstairs, Betancourt with a strike. Goes to 1 and 2. Couldn't get out of the way of that one. Pitcher Jared Washburn's on deck. If Oswalt beats the Mariners today, that would give him at least 1 regular season win against 20 of the 24 major league teams he's faced in his career. He's not defeated Atlanta, the White Sox, the Yankees, Oakland, or Seattle. That's popped up. Mike Lamb with a play. 2 down. And it's Jared Washburn. Washburn has hit very well in his career. 24 pitches so far, and 21 have been strikes.
You talk about on the attack.
Washburn, a .281 career hitter with 4 runs batted in. He had an RBI single against the Cubs in his last start. And that's ball 1 to him. Washburn first came to the big leagues with the Angels in '98. He was a 2nd-round pick of theirs at '95. Seattle got him as a free agent prior to last year. It's 2 balls and no strikes to Jared Washburn. The Angels finally get a day off tomorrow before starting a homestand. And they are dragging, according to a couple of their players. 2 balls, 1 strike. They are in for a long grind this year, making up those postponements from earlier this season. Currently, they've lost 4 in a row. They're finishing a road trip of 10 games at 4 cities. They're 5-4 on this road trip. A respectable record. And they're 6 games out of first. But the Angels would be tough for them.
Yeah, they've got all offseason to sleep.
2 balls and 2
That's
strikes.
what the offseason is for.
They are 2-7 against the Angels so far this year. They're 4-1 against Oakland. A very difficult division to win. The Angels did lose a couple players with injuries, though, yesterday.
Good news for the Astros.
Yeah. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Garrett Anderson will be placed on the disabled list, and they'll call up somebody for the Astros series. And they had another player taken to the hospital when he was diving back into second, hit on the batting helmet by a throw from the catcher. Apparently he's going to be all right.
Concussion, right? Kochman?
Kochman, yeah. Runners go on 3-2, and it's ball 4. Washburn draws a walk. And the bases are loaded for Ichiro.
That was Joe Kennedy hit the big double off Roy last time. The pitcher for the A's, and now Washburn able to work the walk to bring up Ichiro with the bases juiced.
It's been a dangerous combination. He did strike out the first time up, but he has been sensational in a lot of situations, including bases loaded situations this year. This entire Seattle team is hitting .429 with the bases loaded. There's strike 1 with a lot of good movement on it. It's Sexton at third, Broussard at second, and Washburn at first base. One ball and 1 strike.
I think they're trying to throw a lot of fastballs to the top of the strike zone to Ichiro in this series, but he's capable of getting on top of that ball. Starts with the hands high.
It's 2-1 to Ichiro. He is 5 for 8 this year with the bases loaded.
You know, mostly a singles and doubles guy, but he can surprise you every now and then. He'll get into one. He's hit 5 home runs this year, and if you watch him take BP, you realize that he does have plenty of power.
The Mariners are hitting .357 as a team in the last 24 games. Line into center field. Hunter Pence over as one runner comes home. Here's a throw to the plate on a second runner, Broussard, and the tag by Osmus gets it. Hunter Pence guns down Broussard after Sexton scores. Good tag by Osmus, holding off the runner and one-handing it. And the Mariners have to settle for 1 run on 3 hits in the inning. Hunter Pence with the outfield assist, and Osmus with a great tag. After 1.5 here at Minute Maid Park, it's time now to recognize Chevy's most dependable fan, Cindy Potts from Aransas Pass. For your chance to win 2008 season tickets, visit www.dependablefan.com and tell us why you deserve to be Chevy's most dependable fan.
See how the baseball justice works?
Wow.
Broussard reached on that weak little ground ball to third, which was unjust, and he was called out at home in a play I think he was safe on. So everything worked out in the end.
1 ball and 1 strike to Eric Brundlett at AAA, 279, no homers, 21 runs batted in, and he had 7 stolen bases for Round Rock. This is his first start since coming back to the Astros, but he's been in 2 games and he's scored a run already. 2-1, just a great player to bring off the bench. Hunter Pence with another outfield assist. His third. Rolls it out to shortstop, and Brundtland slipped coming out of the box. Betancourt gets it. Greg?
You know, bring the kids Friday, June 29th. The Astros return home after the road trip because it's superhero night. The Astros take on the Rockies at 7:05. Spidey and Batman will be roaming the park for pictures, autographs, and, of course, superhero training. The first 10,000 fans receive a Good Guys badge, courtesy of Amonco International. Stick around after the game for a special superhero Friday night fireworks show presented by Marathon Oil, weather permitting, of course. Tickets available at Astros.com.
Roy Oswalt takes, and it's ball 1 to Roy, who has 3 hits and 30 at bats for a 100 average. Washburn clips the corner, and it's a ball and a strike to Roy.
A lot of at bats for a pitcher to have at this stage of the season.
Yeah, 30, yeah.
Of course, he's pitched a lot of innings.
He's now the league leader, now that he's pitched a couple of innings today. 104 innings pitched for Roy. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And it's 2-2. Hope you got to see the pregame show today. Astros Live. Patty Smith asked Roy about scouting reports on American League teams such as the Mariners. He relies on friends who are in the American League for some of that information. Shot up the middle, and he gets hit number 4 of the year. And he might have gotten a scouting report on what Washburn's going to throw him too.
See Washburn finishing with his back to home plate, falling off the mound. Well, he squirted one right through the middle.
Another baseball for Jared before facing Chris Burke.
Yeah, I imagine those conversations aren't like, hey, give me a scouting report on each and every one of these Mariner hitters. It's probably more like, hey, what do you throw to? They probably pick out 2 or 3 guys in a lineup. How do you try to get Ichiro out? What do you do with Jojima? Sexton, he knows. He's seen him Sexton a fair amount. And some of the guys you have no clue on, especially the big studs in the middle of the order. It's good to have some idea of what other players do.
Burke to left field. This has a chance as it heads for the big wall, and it's a fair ball off the wall. It kicks back toward the infield. Oswalt to third base. Betancourt picks it up. A double for Burke. That's his 11th 2-base hit. Not quite high enough to reach the Landry's Crawford boxes.
Well, nice at bats. A first base hit by Oswalt, and now this double down the line by Burke. That's exactly what you're hoping to do after you knocked Washburn around in the first inning. Keep the pressure on. Don't let him get his legs under him and relax out there. Keep the heat on. See if you can get into that Mariner bullpen early.
Infield in. Mark Loretta, the batter. He walked and scored in the first. Hunter Pence is on deck. It's strike 1 to Loretta. He's 3 for 6 in his career against Washburn. Flares one to left field. This could be in for a hit. Oswalt's coming home. It is. Burke is right on his heels. Here's the throw to the plate. It's a 2-run single. Mark Loretta drives in his 17th and 18th of the year, and the Astros lead it 6-1. 5-game hitting streak.
And Mark knows he got a break there. Didn't hit that ball very well at all. But with the infield in, nobody can get to this one. Shortstop's ball, probably if he's playing it in a normal depth. Good read of it by Burke off the bat. Knew it was going to drop. Off he goes. Allows him to score and pick up another ribeye for Loretta. Another steak.
Yeah, he's dining very well. And Hunter Pence, the batter. Pence takes ball one. He was a big part of that 4-run first inning with a bunt single. And his outfield assist in the top of this inning was his second in 2 games. And some little things.
It's kind of been a theme in this series. Outfield assists. Ichiro with a couple. Guillen had one.
That's right. Carlos Lee's on deck as Washburn struggles in the second inning. Washburn threw 28 pitches in the first inning, and he was behind. Foul ball back makes it 1 ball, 1 strike for Hunter Pence. The Astros have had 11 hits or more 4 games in a row, a total of 53 hits in their last 4 games. And they've collected 5 hits and 6 runs already. Last 4 games, the Astros have hit .395 with men in scoring position. 1-2. Whatever it is, they have certainly picked up the pace. Maybe a lot of guys just hit rock bottom, and things just came together for several players at the same time. Chopped over the mound. Vidro steps on second. Saved at first. And had a big bounce in it. And that gave Pence a chance to beat it out.
You know, the ground ball takes Vidro right to the bag. He gets rid of it in a hurry, but Pence hustling down the line just beats it. Speed's a beautiful thing. Happy Father's Day.
Cute little fella. Carlos Lee's the batter. He lined to second earlier. They strike 1 to him with Morgan Ensberg on deck.
It'd be almost impossible to steal a base on that delivery right there.
1 ball and 1 strike. Angels starting pitchers have a 5.54 ERA, 12th best in the American League. Their bullpen has been very good. Two balls, 1 strike.
Now I was looking at the numbers of some of these pitchers we're going to face in this upcoming series in Anaheim, and Lackey's doing really well, but those other guys, Cologne's not pitching very well. Santana's got an ERA above 5.
Interesting.
You know, when I first heard the names, I thought, ooh, man, that's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Facing those guys with Bartolo Colon. He's 6-2, but he's got a 5.73 ERA. It might not be so rough after all.
Might not be.
Back.
3-1 the count. Well, that's the beauty of it. We don't know that much about them. We're just looking at numbers. I have no idea how they've been throwing the ball. But we'll get to see it in person for 3 days.
The first guy we catch is Lackey. He's been really good.
10-game winner. Line shot goes foul.
Look out.
That was a hot one. Guy in the camouflage shirt gets it. He's just hiding behind someone else.
He was in a duck blind, and then he came flying out of there. Everybody yelled duck.
Yeah, they just kind of hanging around, and he picked it up. That's usually the best approach on foul balls. Flared foul. Richie Sexton comes over. And it's behind the Astros dugout. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes for Carlos Lee. Making Jared Washburn work to the tune of 52 pitches so far.
Little guy's not going to give that ball to Dad, even though it's Father's Day. No. Hey, Dad, give it up. Come on.
Not about to. That's foul. Still a full count to Carlos Lee. Washburn is not a high strikeout pitcher. 44 strikeouts and 81 and a third innings coming into this one. Astros 8-10 against left-handed starters this year. Fly ball to right. Broussard backs on it. In the second inning, the Astros had 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave a man. It's now 6-1 Houston. Up later on the Toyota Truck Game Break, find out the latest news about your Houston Astros in the middle of the 7th here on FSN Houston. On a cloudy day, it is 6-1. The Astros leading it with Roy Oswalt dealing. And Jose Lopez takes ball 1. He had only played a few innings at third base before last night. He finds himself there again today with Jose Vidro getting at bats at second base. On one bounce, it goes to Morgan Ensberg. A little too casual, perhaps?
Well, I just thought the call came a little quick. The first base umpire would wait to make sure that Mike stayed on the bag there.
Jose Vidro takes ball 1. Vidro singled to left center in the first inning.
I think a first baseman can cheat a lot on an accurate throw, but anytime you leave the bag early for an errant throw, that's when you're vulnerable to that call where you pulled your foot.
1 ball, 1 strike. It's 2-1 to Vidro.
Roy a little frustrated right now. You can tell by his body language, not happy with that pitch. Sometimes he works so quickly, and he'll get going too quickly with his body and start to fly open a little bit.
Lace to left center field. Extra bases for Vidro. He's into second with a double. That's his 8th of the year, and he's 2 for 2 in this game. First extra base hit for the Mariners today, and hit number 5 for them.
Nothing new to see Vidro hitting doubles against the Astros. He's done it for years. Good alley-to-alley hitter. That ball was about belly button high for him.
Now Raul Ibanez, he struck out in the first inning. And he looks to strike 1 here.
That was a good shot of him as he was getting ready to hit. You know, they talk about golfers having a waggle or pre-shot routine. Every hitter has the same. He got a little movement going in his hand, but look how loosely he grips the bat with that top hand.
What does that do for you?
Well, it just relaxes the muscles, and you know, relaxed muscles are going to lead to bat speed. If you tighten up, tense up those muscles, the bat's going to drag. It'll be very loose, and then just tighten it up a little bit as he gets ready to swing.
1 ball and 2 strikes. He's had good results in his career. Good power hitter. He was drafted by Seattle, and Kansas City signed him as a free agent, and he returned on a 3-year deal to Seattle. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's from Manhattan. To Miami-Dade Community College.
Manhattan Beach or Manhattan, New York?
Manhattan, New York. We won't be there for a while, will we? Ball 3. It's 3-2.
I'm not sure when we go there.
Maybe August.
City should be good and steamy by then. September.
Oh, September.
That might be good.
Early September. Maybe around U.S. Open tennis time, JD.
There you go.
There's a walk. And 2 on with 1 out for Richie Sexson. He singled to right in the 2nd inning. Oswalt really had that dynamic curveball last time out against Oakland, but the way the A's worked the count, they really limited him to 6 innings by the fact that he threw a lot of pitches and he struck out 10. Sexton singled to right and scored in the 2nd inning. Here's strike 1 to Richie. Oswalt has won 104 games. He's lost 51. 2 wins away from tying Nolan Ryan on the Astros all-time win list. It's 1-1, but he's been in a drought for a while. 6 starts without a victory. His last win came against Arizona here on May 12th. In 2 of his starts since then, he's left with a lead, and there have been blown saves by the bullpen. He's had 4 no decisions and 2 losses in the last 6. He threw 111 pitches last time out.
The last time he had a similar winless drought was 2004. He went 6 starts without a W. He managed to win 20 ball games that year.
Sexton drills a line drive for the left field corner. Carlos Lee over to get in front of it. Here's a run coming home with Vidro scoring it, and it's 6-2 on the RBI by Sexton. His 39th.
Well, Roy struggling with his command right now. The walk to Ibanez, and now that pitch to Sexton. They were trying to go in on him, and he left it out over the plate. It was hit hard, hit very hard. Lucky the big man didn't get a little more lift on that one. And sometimes it can be a challenge. You get a big lead. Sometimes the concentration wavers just a little bit.
And Broussard with ball 1. He got the infield roller and then was thrown out at the plate in the last inning.
Start thinking big picture sometimes. All right, I've got a big lead. I need to be aggressive. I need to do this and pitch this many innings. And then you start to get hit a little bit. You got to go back to 1 hitter at a time. Compete 1 hitter at a time.
Good curveball, 1-1. Broussard was drafted by Cincinnati in the 2nd round at 99 after going to McNeese State, where he was a nursing major. And as he began his career, it was at Billings, Montana, where he was nicknamed Hobbs by his teammates. Line drive left field. That one is foul.
So
1 ball, 2 strikes.
You could say, Ben, that he's nursing injuries.
Yeah,
would be accurate.
Well,
no, don't throw it back.
No, you don't want to do that.
He just wants to play ball with all the big guys.
Yeah. He's still a boy.
He's still not convinced. He's still
there you go. Strike 3 for Broussard, and that's out number 2. Strikeout number 4 for Roy Oswalt. Broussard hit .407 his first year in pro ball at Billings. Earning him the nickname Hobbs, but this time he's looking.
As in Roy Hobbs, the natural.
Yeah.
Not Calvin and Hobbs.
Kenji Jojima struck out looking in the 2nd. He looks at strike 1. Roy has thrown 54 pitches already. Oswalt has the lowest career ERA and the highest winning percentage at home of any active pitcher, with at least 70 career starts at home. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's all added up to 57 wins, 19 losses here at Minute Maid Park. This is his 96th start here. He has set a pace that's going to be very hard for somebody to match someday. Fly ball. Calling for Loretta. And in the 3rd inning, it's 1 run, 2 hits. 2 men stranded. It's 6-2 Astros.
Third, Astro fans, get your tickets now for Saturday, June 30th. The Astros battle Todd Helton and the Rockies. Arrive early. The first 10,000 adults 16 and older receive an Astros mesh jersey. Compliments of our friends at the Methodist Hospital System. Those are pretty nifty looking, aren't they? Don't miss out on this great giveaway. Purchase your tickets today at Astros.com and make sure you're here in the first group of fans coming through the door.
Those are nice. Morgan Ensberg takes it. It's 2 balls, no strikes. He walked and scored in the 1st inning. The first 10,000 fans, you say?
First 10,000 on Saturday, June 30th.
Ensberg works the count to 3-0. We know a lot of folks are lining up for that Biggio 7-pack plan of 7 games, with Biggio closing in on 3,000 hits. That'll be the next home series for the Astros against the Rockies. 3 balls and a strike. Nothing like making your plans now. That series starts on the 28th. Ground ball, and Betancourt can't field it. Ensberg is on. He tried to backhand it. Ball came up on him a little bit. He's made 15 errors so far this year, most of them throwing.
That'll make it 16.
All right.
Looked like he got caught initially. I think he was going to try to get around the ball, get in front of it, and then he opted for the backhand play and just planked it.
So there's an opening as Ensberg reaches, leading off the inning on the misplay. Mariners' 40th error of the year. And Mike Lamb looks at ball 1. Lamb's grand slam in the 1st inning. That's a special thrill for any player. It was his 2nd home run off a left-handed pitcher this year. The Astros are not necessarily at a disadvantage when Lamb starts against lefties.
He probably thought he was going to have a day off today.
Well, when you're hot, you don't get days off. He's hitting .333 against lefties. That's Berkman under the weather today. That's a shot headed for the gap in left center field. It bounces and goes to the bullpen wall. Ensberg is sent home by Mansolino. Stopping at second, Lamb, RBI double, 7-2 Astros. 2 extra base hits today so far. That's double number 7.
He's got a pretty good chance of being player of the game. 5 RBIs now.
His career high is 6 runs batted in a game.
Mike Lamb's, when you watch high school teams play and they've got a bona fide big-time prospect in the lineup, you just anticipate that he's going to hit the ball hard just about every time up because he's playing at such a high level. That's the way Lamb is right now.
Not sure what that music's all about as they meet at the mound here.
It's just some conversation music. Nice, relaxing Sunday afternoon.
That's kind of ancient for a ball game, isn't it?
Music to chat by.
That's love is a many splendored thing. Trying to get a fit for that with this situation. But Jason Davis is warming up in the bullpen. A 7-2 ball game. The hits are even at 6, but the hits have been big for the Astros. A Lamb grand slam and RBI double. Now Brad Ausmus, who grounded out as Davis warms up. Bouncer third on one big bounce for Lopez. 1 down. And it's Eric Bruntlett batting next. Mr. Versatility. The Astros really wanted him on the ball club, but they wanted 12 pitchers, so cut down time came at the end of spring training. There wasn't room for him on the club. When he first went to Round Rock, it was a struggle for him to hit, but then things had really come around, and he was the Round Rock Offensive Player of the Month for May. He hit .362 in May.
Yeah, I think that's got, it's obviously going to be tough mentally to feel like you're a major league player, to have accomplished, a fair amount at this level, to have been here for a while, then to go back to AAA. It's have to beat you up a little bit mentally. I understand why a hitter or any player would struggle for a while, just coming to grips with that.
Yep, it's not that difficult to see what a deflating situation that could be after getting your hopes up on being on the major league club, certainly. It's 3 balls and no strikes to Bruntlett. Bruntlett's a .288 career hitter against lefties. Mark Loretta will be playing shortstop, of course, as well, while Adam Everett is out. Adam was at the ballpark again today in a soft cast. 3-1, and when we get back home, Adam's going to come on a game with us for a few innings. He's thinking
Good deal. That'll be fun.
Yeah, he's thinking about going home to the Atlanta area while the club's on this long trip. He's not going to be making this trip with the club, but he's kind of worried about getting on a plane right now. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Roy Oswalt's on deck. Adam broke his left leg when he was in high school. Also had some ankle damage for that one, but it healed well. Foul back, still 3-2. He said he had a pretty good idea it was broken when it happened. Then he was afraid to look down for a while. Sliced out of play. Still 3-2 to Eric Bruntlett. Generally, a big league team will shuttle players back and forth during a season, which is so long, and the needs change and the way players are playing changes. So now there is definitely a need for Eric Bruntlett's services, as there is for Eric Munson. Foul back.
There's always opportunities throughout the summer, whether it's injuries or poor performance by players at the big league level, for players to come up from AAA and step in, and that's kind of the harsh reality of this game. One man's misfortune is another man's opportunity And that's the case for Eric Bruntlett now to try to reestablish himself on the big league scene. But Phil Garner all year long has been saying, I wish I could find a way to get Bruntlett up here. He really likes what he brings to the table. And, you know, so the knee-jerk reaction would be, well, you're the manager. If you want him, just get him up here. But his point was being, I need pitchers. I need, this. I can out, surplus of utility guys with Loretta. Different players who can move around. It just wasn't an opportunity, a fit for Eric until the injury.
And then the key for the players to be ready when called on. That's ball 4. That was a great plate appearance by Bruntlett, fouling off those pitches. He's aboard for Roy Oswalt now with runners at first and second and 1 out. That's the 3rd walk for Washburn. Oswalt singled into second and scored. Yeah, that's the other thing that can happen. A player can go to the minor leagues and either be somewhat spotty in his play, which would affect the club's decision, perhaps not to call him up, or get injured. Chris Burke's on deck. The corner infielder's ready to come in. The bunt goes toward first base. Sexton playing it to Vidro. And it's a sacrifice. Number 9 of the year for Oswalt, getting Lamb to third and Bruntlett to second. 2 outs.
Roy led the league last year in sacrifice bunts. Well executed. A chance to play add-on for Chris Burke. Good technique, squaring early, using the legs.
Well, we talked about players coming up and down, and Chris Burke certainly has experienced that this year. He's 1 for 2 in this game, a double and a run scored. There's strike 1, and player certainly is disappointed for usually several reasons. 1, he had his heart set on being on the club, and 2 is that things can really change when a guy goes to the minor leagues.
There's always that fear that they've forgotten about you.
Yep.
If you're down there and you're working hard, trying to do all the right things, even if you're performing well, you wonder, is anybody paying attention?
As players well know, only takes a few days for somebody to grab hold on a job, which used to be theirs. Popped up, Richie Sexton waiting. And in the 3rd inning, the Astros get an unearned run. 1 hit, 1 error. They leave 2. After 3, it's now 7-2 Houston. On MSN Houston is being brought to you by your Texas Ford dealer, by Geico Direct, and by Rico. The Astros lead at 7-2 over the Mariners. The Mariners will be pinch hitting for their starting pitcher, Jared Washburn, right after Yuniesky Betancourt leads it off here in the 4th inning. He takes strike 1 on the 57th pitch for the Wizard.
Hey, that's bad for your teeth.
Yes, it is. We work with these kids and work with these kids, and they don't listen. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jason Ellison is on deck.
send that kid back to AAA.
He's cutting his teeth on baseball. 2-1 the count. Ichiro will be due to bat third. Good play by Ensberg to the backhand side. 1 out. And now Washburn is leaving after 3 innings, allowing 6 hits and 7 runs, 6 of them earned. He had 3 walks. And he did not strike out anybody. Our Aflac trivia question wants to know, who are the 4 players in Major League Baseball history whose fathers hit 300 homers or plus? Let's see. Barry Bonds' father did, didn't he?
I'm pretty sure.
And we won't go with Brett Boone's father on that.
We'll go with Dale Barrow.
Oh, yeah.
Barry Bonds.
Griffey's dad didn't make it.
How about Prince Fielder?
Probably. Yeah, he was around long enough.
He did.
He had to. That 3?
That's 3. We need 1 more.
Yeah, it's probably somebody like
How about
David Ruth.
I was just going to say Norman Ruth.
Norman Ruth.
Obscure.
Never heard of him.
Let's see.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
Charlie Fox's dad, Jimmy.
How about Griffey Sr. didn't hit 300, did he?
I don't think
so.
he did. No.
Put him at 2-something.
Yeah, he was at 2-something, I'm pretty sure.
How about Tony Perez?
Oh, yeah.
Eduardo?
Definitely.
He had to be free,
He was up around 389 or so.
Yeah, so Eduardo.
I think we got it.
Well, if those are the right ones, there's 4.
We've got 4. Ichiro's the batter. He singled in a run in the 2nd inning. That was his 97th hit of the year. And he's almost on the same pace he was on in 2004. That year, he delivered his 100th hit on this same date. He smacks one by a diving second sacker Loretta. And there is number 98 for Ichiro. What a big weekend for him.
The interesting thing is nobody's teaching anybody to hit like Ichiro Suzuki. You know?
Nobody.
Seems like there'd be a lot of copycats out there saying this is where you're supposed to hit. And it goes against the grain.
Our Texas Ford dealers, league leaders, show you the hit leaders in their first 7 seasons in Major League history. We'll get to that as Jose Lopez bats. He's 0 for 2. And he takes ball 1. And Ichiro is right up there. This is his 7th Major League season. He's right up there with the greats. He's measuring a pretty good size lead at first base. He has 19 stolen bases in 21 tries. It's 1-1. Let's check those 4 dealers and league leaders for you. Ichiro, 1452, tied with Paul Wainer already. And he's got more than half a season to go. Kirby Puckett, Wade Boggs, Al Simmons, Joe DiMaggio, Chuck Klein, and Pete Rose. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Of course, he's a little bit older than those guys because of the years he played in Japan.
So he's 33 years of age now. Probably play at a high level for another 4 or 5 years, you would guess.
Yeah.
For the shape he's in.
Foul tip, and Lopez strikes out. No runs, a hit for Ichiro. And Ichiro's left on base. 7-2 Astros. History, whose fathers hit 300 homers or more. Barry Bonds, Dale Barrett, Eduardo Perez, Prince Fielder.
Just another victory.
How about that? We're leaving town on a high note.
We are sailing out of here after yet another Aflac victory. Meanwhile, others are not so involved in that pursuit.
Well,
That trivia question just took them out of it.
You must have played
Sit out another
it's
trivia.
a father-son weekend. They probably played 36 holes yesterday, went out to dinner.
Yeah, and then they watched 36 holes. So it's a grueling weekend for those guys.
Got up this morning, had a little Father's Day brunch.
We
Maybe a mimosa or two.
We better check them a couple hours after this game ends to make sure they've left the ballpark. Mark Loretta looks at ball one. He has a walk and a 2-run single. Jason Davis is in the game in relief of Jared Washburn.
What do you mean I take after Dad?
Davis is pitching in all 3 games of this series this weekend. It's a 1-ball-1-strike count. He came up with the Cleveland Indians. He is 1-0 as a Mariner this year with a 4.56 ERA.
He's walked 19 men in 25 2/3 innings, so control has been an issue for him. He's got very good stuff. There's good movement on his fastball. Tight slider there. Throws hard, about 93, 94 miles an hour.
Allowed Morgan Ensberg's 2-run homer in the 8th inning last night. Fouled away, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Mark Loretta. Mark is starting for the 15th consecutive game and 25 starts in the last 28 games, so he has worked his way into everyday playing status for the Astros. But they don't care much about that.
No problem. They better hit another one up
They better
there.
get another one up there quick.
Mom's reaching for her gum. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. That's always a bad sign. Hunter Pence on deck, then Carlos Lee to follow. Jam shot, it rolls behind the bag at third. Here's Lopez with what a throw.
Baby.
That's a big time play from Lopez, the second baseman.
Now Mark probably thought he had a base hit there. He got a lucky hit, a little blue base hit last time up to drive in too. This time a bid for extra bases is taken away by Lopez. I don't know how that ball didn't hit the base. But look at that throw. That's why they're called big leaguers, because they make big league plays.
Top-notch arm there for Lopez. Hunter Pence bounces one past Davis, and it trickles into center field for his second hit. He's 2 for 3.
Yeah, the multi-hit game, that's kind of been his forte this year. Sinker running in on him, he beats it into the ground. Right up the middle she goes.
Well, in 13 of the last 22 games, he's had 2 hits or more. Carlos Lee's 0 for 2. There's ball one. Almost got by Jojima. Hunter Pence continues to lead all major league rookies in batting average, slugging percentage, extra base hits, doubles, and triples. And also in multi-hit games.
Mariners lead the league in colored gloves. Notice that? They have a lot of blue gloves.
Yeah.
Catcher's wearing a red catcher's mitt.
What do you think it is?
I think they're just a fashion-forward ball club. Trendsetters.
Very much an international team as you looked at the catcher from, of course, Japan, and the shortstop from Cuba. Center fielders from Japan.
Last night's starting pitcher was from Korea, Beck.
Shot backhanded. Betancourt gets it to Vidro and then on to Sexton for a double play. And in the 4th inning, it's no runs a hit. Nobody left after 4. The Astros lead the Mariners 7-2.
the 5th. Now mark this one on your calendar, piece of paper, Sunday, July 1st, because that's Family Day at Minute Maid Park. Local venues will be on display throughout the ballpark to provide information about summer activities for kids. But don't forget to stick around after the game, because it's the always popular jerseys off the back, where lucky Astro fans win autographed game-worn jerseys, compliments of H-E-B. For tickets, where do I tell you to go? Astros.com. So simple.
Roy Oswalt throws ball 1 to Jose Vidro. Vidro is 2 for 2.
I think I'd want to win one of the guys that weren't in the lineup that day. You know, it'd be all sweaty and stuff.
Oh. 2 balls, no strikes. Ibanez is on deck. Sexton due up third here in the 5th inning. It is 3-0 to Vidro. Roy has thrown 73 pitches so far. Shooting for win number 7 of the year. It's 3-1 to Vidro.
The Astros, since they got that initial grand slam from Mike Lamb, have continued to score, and that makes Roy Oswalt's job that much easier, of course. But now he's not thinking about just winning. He's trying to go as deep as he can in this game. So his challenge is to try to be efficient here, not only get outs, but get quick outs, so he can pitch deeper into the ball game.
His next start should be at Texas. Bounce to shortstop, Brundtland. 1 down. And Ibanez, who struck out and walked, will bat for the 3rd time. Washington beat Toronto in Toronto 4-2 the final. Ryan Zimmerman hit his 12th home run for the Nationals. Frank Thomas hit number 9 for the Blue Jays.
National League had a good day yesterday. 9 games, I believe. Something like that.
Maybe the worm is turning. Foul back, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. It's Cleveland 5, Atlanta 1. Atlanta batting in the top of the 8th inning. Scott Thorman hit his 8th home run for the Braves. Foul back, still 0-2. Texas leads Cincinnati 7-4 at Great American Ballpark. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Adam Dunn has gone deep twice to give him 19 long balls. Marlon Byrd hit his first for the Rangers. Trade rumors are intensifying about Adam Dunn. Scouts from other teams who aren't coming up on the Reds schedule are there scouting the Reds. And Adam Dunn said, told somebody, yes, that privately he thinks there's a pretty good chance he will be traded. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Apparently, if he's traded during this season, his option year, which is a club option for next year, then disappears. Two balls and 2 strikes. There are several teams mentioned, including Houston, among those who might be interested in Adam Dunn. Line toward the right field corner. That hits off the wall high. Here's a throw by Chris Burke into second, and it's a double for Ibanez. Good throw by Burke. Played it well. Ibanez almost had a line drive homer. He settles for double number 16.
Man, that was a 1-iron there.
It was.
Hanging out a line drive. The old frozen rope. I just can't figure out how Adam Dunn would fit on this club.
No. The Reds would want pitching for him, wouldn't they? That doesn't seem to be a fit. Richie Sexton is 2 for 2 with an RBI. There's strike 1 to him. Ben Broussard on deck. The Mariners have 8 hits to the Astros 7. They have 2 doubles. Grounded to third. Hansberger across to Lamb. 2 outs. And it's Ben Broussard now. Broussard got the infield hit, then he struck out looking. A rare opportunity for a guy from this area to come back home in interleague play. The Mariners don't normally play here, of course. So Broussard gets that trip back close to home in Beaumont. Here's ball 1 to him. He worked his way up through the Cleveland system before being traded. He was traded to Cleveland for Russell Branyan, and then last year made the trip on to Seattle. Branyan hit the big home run last night, yesterday, to beat Carlos Zambrano for San Diego 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Now we await the news on suspensions from that game.
You know, I still haven't seen the full replay of that little skirmish.
I finally saw it, and it was Derek Lee didn't like something that Chris Young said to him. He threw the first blow.
So Young hit Lee.
Yeah.
Lee starts walking down the first baseline.
Yeah.
And he's yelling out to Young.
Yes.
So Young responded. Is that what happened?
Yeah. Young said something that Lee didn't like, and then Lee went.
But Lee spoke first.
Yes.
And Derek threw the first punch.
Yes.
So his penalty has to be much more severe.
I would think. 3 balls, 1 strike. Peavy's going to get it because he came off the bench and tackled somebody. So he'll be sitting in the cooler for a few games. Into left field, past a lunging Bruntlett. Stop sign at third. Runners at first and third on the hit by Broussard. He's 2 for 3.
There used to be a sport played, and you used to see it on TV every now and then. It was called hockey.
Oh.
And they had the National Hockey League. And they had a rule, like the 3rd man in rule.
Yeah.
It was like carried an automatic suspension of so many days or games. I can't remember which. And the baseball tried to implement that. And they actually have it in the minor leagues. There's a severe suspension if you come off the bench in the minor leagues, but they've never been able to get it through in the big leagues. The Players Association won't allow that to happen. And you can understand why, because the nature of the game that you're going to rally to protect your teammates. Nobody's going to stand around and let your teammate get mugged.
Jojima, the batter, bangs one off his foot. I think it's a good rule, though.
You like the 3rd man rule?
I do.
I don't like it in baseball.
I say let them fight, keep their teammates off the field.
All right, so say I'm pitching.
Yeah.
And I hit Frank Howard with a pitch.
I wouldn't be doing that if I were pitching.
Well, it just got away from me.
Oh.
And he decides he wants to come in and beat me into oblivion.
That's why pitchers do all that running between starts.
And I'm here to tell you I'd be running as hard as I could.
Chris Burke waiting in right field for out number 3. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left in the middle of the 5th inning. It is 7-2 Astros. Astros is brought to you by Bud Light. It's Chris Sampson, Jason Jennings, and Wandy Rodriguez due up in the Angels series starting tomorrow night in Anaheim. or in Los Angeles or wherever they are now. It's Chris Sampson and John Lackey tomorrow night. Meanwhile,
Selig brothers are here.
There's a match.
They look kind of like the commissioner.
They do.
I wonder if they're related, those two guys.
Well, you just came up with an idea. There's strike one. Morgan Ensberg has walked and reached on an error.
I know where you're going.
We could send them to follow Barry Bonds around.
Exactly right. Let's put a blue blazer on him.
Who would know?
He could shift off if it takes him 2 or 3 weeks like it has been lately.
Plenty of time. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Morgan Ensberg with Jason Davis on in relief of Jared Washburn. He's in his second inning.
All you really got to do is put him way up in the press box, and from a distance, it would certainly look like Bud Selig was on hand.
Yeah, true. A red tie with a blue sport coat.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Be careful now. We're going to Milwaukee on this road trip.
Oh, I empathize with the commissioner on that one. I don't think I would go.
Well, you have every right to choose whether you go or not, don't you? As the commissioner, it's not mandatory that you be there.
And that's why I don't understand that you hear a lot of people come out and say he needs to be there, he must be. I don't know if I buy that.
I don't buy that. Ball 4. Ensberg is on for the 3rd time. 2 walks for Morgan.
He wants to show up the day that he could break it, and then he doesn't break it, and he has to leave. That's fine.
Sure.
I don't think
we've already broken it here.
I don't think it goes, period.
He wasn't here when the pump broke it.
Well, that's why he sent his body doubles.
That's exactly right.
Mike Lamb slam. His first career slam came off Mark Pryor in 05. Number 2 earlier today in the 1st inning. Here's strike 1, and he has an RBI double. A 5 RBI game for Mike.
Well, where's this line drive going to go?
Left center.
All right.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ichiro is shading toward right center. So that would be good for at least a double. Ichiro's doing his stretching between pitches. He stays very active in center field. Foul back, and it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count.
Might go down to the strike zone a little bit there. That ball was up.
Ichiro does a lot of stretching before games, too.
Outfielders, like infielders, have to be ready on every pitch. You don't want to be caught flat-footed out there, standing there with your hands on your hips. Looking into a ready position, just like an infielder. Moving forward, ready to break.
2 balls, 2 strikes. What a weekend series for this man. Right now, he's 8 for 9. That one almost hit him. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes for Jason Davis. Ichiro stretching out again. He's had some long innings in the field today. The Astros have collected 7 hits, 7 runs. They've left 3 runners. They're going, and it's ball 4. Lamb on for the 3rd straight time, so he was not over anxious. And back-to-back walks bring up Brad Ausmus.
Yeah, Davis got him to chase that one high fastball that he fouled off, but Lamb seeing the ball so well now, so comfortable with the swing, wasn't about to chase another one.
Ausmus has grounded out twice. But last night on his bobblehead night, he came through with 3 hits. Brad looks at it, and it's ball 1. During his 6-game hitting streak, he's 13 for 23. With a homer and 9 runs batted in. Now ball to first. Sexton gets the force play. Betancourt back to Davis for a 3-6-1 double play. Ensberg to third.
Did they get him? I'm not so sure.
Close. Doug Eddings with the call. Didn't look decisive, did it? Eric Bruntlett will take an intentional walk now to bring up Roy Oswalt. By the way, Rick White has been activated for this game, and Mark McLemore has been optioned back to AAA Round Rock. Mike Hargrove not pitching to the number 8 hitter Bruntlett. He's walking for the second time in this game.
He's down 5 runs already. He can't afford to let the Astros score anymore, so this is the play. Mike Hargrove, 5th among active managers in wins. Was the Rookie of the Year in the American League in 1974, I believe, 3 or 4 with the Rangers.
Greg?
Visit southwest.com/baseball for a chance to win a trip for 4 to Cooperstown, New York for the National Baseball Hall of Fame induction ceremony this year. That, of course, is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, where you can let freedom ding. That's pretty close.
Nice.
There.
That's good. That's a good ding.
We've been working on that.
Roy Oswalt has runners at first and third, 2 outs. Roy has a single and a sac bunt today. There's strike 1. The Astros 2 for 5 with men in scoring position. 6 runs batted in this game. For some reason, they have hit much better against the American League teams. 0-2, hard to get a grip on it, but their team batting average in the 11 games against the American League is .284 compared to .249 against the National League. Team on base average .351 against the American League clubs compared to .317 against the National League.
I think it's just timing.
Timing is everything, JD.
Yeah, I think you could like take any 3 teams and okay, they're hitting .297 against Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Florida. I don't know if there's any rhyme or reason.
2-2. Well, they certainly have faced tough pitchers, so that part of it has been impressive. And you told us about the 3 pitchers they'll be facing in Anaheim. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Lackey, Colon, and Santana the next 3 games. Now 3-2, 2 outs. Bruntlett will be taking off. Sexton plays behind him at first. Popped up. Fedro. And in the 5th inning for the Astros, no runs, no hits, 2 men left. After 5, it's 7-2 Houston. Out our Jack in the Box standings, show you the Astros minor league teams. As we do on each Sunday, Round Rock is in 4th place at 30-39. Corpus Christi 30-38. Salem a 2nd place record of 40-28. Lexington is 9 games under 500. Tri-City and Greenville will be starting soon. After signing players from the draft, so they get their teams all stocked on Father's Day. Roy Oswalt goes to work, and Uniaski Betancourt takes, and it's ball 1. Mariners getting ready to pinch hit for the pitcher, Davis. Willie Bloomquist is on deck. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Roy has thrown 94 pitches. Betancourt is fouled out and grounded out. This bouncer by a diving Ensberg, backhanded, Rutledge.
Ooh, baby. That's why Phil Garner likes Eric Rutledge so much. No matter where he puts him, he's a solid defender.
Greg?
You know, this year when you can't be home to watch the Astros on FSN, you can check out MLB.tv. The Astros are always on through MLB.com, live via on-demand video of every game. All you've got to do for 4 details as to how to check out MLB.tv is go to www.astros.com. There's the information. That's where baseball's always on.
Willie Bloomquist is the pinch hitter for Jason Davis. Goes for the first pitch and he fouls it. There's strike 1 to Bloomquist, a real handyman who can play anywhere. He's been playing a lot of third base with the injury to Adrian Beltre, who has not played in this series. And Bloomquist became only the 2nd man in the history of Minute Maid Park to hit an inside the park homer. That was in the 6th inning Friday night off Wandy Rodriguez on that ball that crawled up Towles Hill.
Good day to go for foul balls. We've got about 30 of them here today in the seats.
Excellent day for foul balls.
What's the average
per game?
Yeah, do we know?
No, we don't.
Somebody must know that.
I'm not the one.
Come on.
You would know that, Greg.
You know, they're supposed
Somebody
to
call
have
Stats Inc.
have 7 dozen baseballs ready for play. I knew that.
And occasionally they run out of 3 balls and 2 strikes. We've seen that before. 100 pitches now for Roy. He's had 16 first pitch strikes out of the first 27 batters.
It seems like about 80 of those 100 pitches have been fastballs. Given that early lead, he's been very aggressive.
Shooting for win number 7 of this year, number 105 of his career. He's currently tied with Don Wilson on the Houston career wins list. 2 away from Nolan Ryan, 3 away from J.R. Richard with 107 in 4th place. James Farrar was the scout who signed both J.R. Richard and Roy Oswalt.
918,000 balls are used per year, the average in Major League Baseball.
Pretty impressive. Still 3-2 to Bloomquist. The Mariners have had only 30 pinch hit at bats coming into this game all year with 6 hits. Line shot into right field, a pinch single by Bloomquist. And the Mariners continue to peck away. They've had hits in every single inning. That's a total of 10. Sean Green's warming up in the bullpen, a right-hander. Ichiro's the batter. He's 2 for 3.
See if Roy changes his game plan at all here, mixes in a few more breaking balls to Suzuki.
Here's ball 1. Ichiro said recently that he won't be really urging anybody to go back to Cleveland anytime soon. Not his favorite place.
Cleveland rocks.
It's a pretty nice place. 2 balls, no strikes.
Not so good when it's snowing in April, but
no. There's plenty to do in the downtown area near where the ballpark is.
Brings to mind Oil Can Boyd when there was a fog delay in Cleveland one time. He said that's what you get when you build a ballpark next to the ocean.
And a lot of cities are in trouble. Foul back. It's 2 balls, 1 strike to Ichiro.
A little perspective for you. Chipper Jones has been a pretty good player for a long time, hasn't he?
Pretty good, yes.
He got career hit number 2,000 today.
120 to 132 balls is the average used in a single game.
Wow. Really? Line drive, left field corner. Carlos Lee over. It loops in for a hit. He backhands it, and the runners will be at first and second. He got to it in good shape to keep Bloomquist from taking third base. Ichiro, a 3-hit game. That's 99 hits for him.
He is a magician. He's Harry Potter of baseball. Instead of a wand, he's using that black bat. And again, you wonder if Roy wouldn't be served a little better by mixing his stuff up just a little bit. I know with a big lead, you're supposed to be aggressive, throw a lot of fastballs, and that's kind of his nature anyway. But I think to a certain extent, he's got him in a little bit of trouble here today with the hits he's given up. He's given up 11 hits. And because of it, he hasn't been as efficient as he wanted to be. Now with the pitch count up to 108 already.
Dave Wallace is coming out.
And, you know, I'm assuming it's more of a strategy point, but maybe he just doesn't have a good feel with his breaking ball today. Maybe it's that as much as the strategy end of it.
Could be. The Astros have a right-hander working in the bullpen. Well, they have Dave Borkowski, and also the lefty Trevor Miller is up. So Oswald has given up 11 hits and 2 runs. Will face Lopez. Today's Geico quote comes from Lance Berkman on his father. I don't think there's any doubt that my dad wanted me to be a baseball player growing up. He was the one that taught me how to play the game, how to swing. I owe a lot of my career to my dad. Got a chance to see part of that show last night on Lance. In his own words, an excellent show. Lopez, the batter. There's strike 1. He is 0 for 3.
Well, the Mariners one swing of the bat away from making this an interesting ball game. So Dave Wallace, a little visit out to Roy. And to really focus and make quality pitches. Been working from the stretch all afternoon long.
This is looking very much like his last inning. Hunter Pence into left center field. And he hits the cutoff man to freeze the runners. 2 outs. This is the most hits Roy has given up in a game this year, 11. Gave up 10 hits at Arizona on the 27th of May. Jose Vidro has 2 of those hits, a single and a double in 3 at bats. Roy gave up 12 hits in a game twice in his career for a high. It's ball 1 to Vidro. Last time he did that was at Arizona last August. It's 1-1 to Vidro. Ibanez on deck. Borkowski and Miller in the bullpen. Top of the order due up for Houston in the last of the 6th inning. Mariners trailed 7-1 after 4 last night, but they came back to make it 7-4. And then they had the bases loaded in the 7th inning, and Guillem hit the fly ball. As Dave Borkowski got an important out, and then the Astros added 2 more in the 8th. Fouled away. It's 2-2. Micah Bowie got the win for Washington, 4-2 over Toronto. The loser, Josh Towers. Chad Cordero picked up his 11th save. Big Sunday afternoon Father's Day crowd today. Folks all the way up in the corners. Certainly has all the earmarks of a sellout again. Last night the Astros got their 7th sellout of the season. 41,974. Foul back again. Pedro does battle.
He's got a quick bat that allows him to stay back just a little bit longer. That's typically what you find with high average hitters, and he's a guy with a lifetime batting average of 300. Stay back, use the whole field, trust the hands. He's got quick hands. That's the key.
115 pitches for Oswalt. Line over Loretta into right field. Bloomquist home to make it 7-3. An RBI single for Vidro on his 3rd hit. Loretta almost climbed the ladder to snag it. Ichiro goes to second base. The 3rd hit of the inning, as the Mariners down by 4 now.
We talked about the good hands of Jose Vidro, and a great example of it there as he stayed back on the breaking ball. A little humpback liner.
That's it for Roy Oswalt, who has equaled his career high by giving up 12 hits, but the fans like the fact that he is departing with a 7-3 lead. Back in a moment. Take you anywhere play shows you some energy from the Astros rookie center fielder with his 2nd outfield assist in as many games and number 3 of the year on a hit by Ichiro. Picks it up on a hop, fires toward the plate. Brad Ausmus with a one-handed tag, and they get the out on Broussard in the 2nd inning.
But unorthodox throwing motion for sure, but an effective one for Hunter Pence.
Now it's Trevor Miller in the game to face Raul Ibanez, who doubled in his last time up in the 5th inning, and he takes a strike.
Resisting every temptation to say Hunter's got a gun.
0-0, a 7.64 ERA for Trevor.
Ibanez 254 average this year against left-handed pitching. Not great, but he hangs in there pretty well against him. Oh man,
that was close. 1-1. Left-handed hitters hitting .283 against Miller with 2 homers and 46 at bats. Flick foul. A 1-ball, 2-strike count. Trevor Miller's had a lot of work lately.
You can tell by that swing right there that Ibanez is a sitting breaking ball. At least he has been till this point in the at bat. He was just looking for that sweeping breaking ball that Trevor likes to throw to left-handed hitters. It was just an emergency hack at that fastball.
This is his 5th appearance on this 6-game homestand. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trevor faced one man last night, Ichiro, who got a hit off him. Pitched in all 3 games of the Oakland series. .36 appearances for him this year. He gets a strikeout. That's a big one. It ends the top of the 6th inning with 2 men on base. And 1 run scores on 3 hits in the inning. It's 7-3 Houston. Changes now with a new pitcher at new third baseman, with the Astros leading it by 4. We'll set those changes for you as Willie Bloomquist stays in the game to play third base after pinch hitting, getting a hit, coming around to score, batting for Jason Davis. So there's Bloomquist at third base. He takes over for Lopez at that position. Meanwhile, Sean Green comes in with a 1-1 record, a 3.10 ERA.
Like Davis before him, a big tall drink of water. This guy's 6'6", 230. 20 in the 3rd innings. He's allowed 25 hits, 1 long one. 3.10 ERA. He's that funky drop down right-hander.
They just showed us with strike 1 to Chris Burke. Grounded to third. Bloomquist fails to play it. It's on through in the left field. He just entered the game.
New guy.
Yep. Burke hit it sharply to his left, and Burke is aboard.
That would be a knock.
Hit number 8 for the Astros. Here it is for Chris Burke, his second.
He gets good top hand. Ball has a lot of juice coming off that bat.
Bloomquist tried to play it off to the left, but that's in the hit column, and it's Mark Loretta batting. He drove in 2 with a single to left in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. Green throws to first. Burke diving back. Burke has 5 steals in 6 tries. Green worked 1 inning Friday night, allowing 2 hits and a run on a Biggio RBI double. Hunter Pence is on deck. And another throw. He got him. Burke is picked off first by Green with the tag from big Richie Sexson. 1 out. Down under on that pickoff throw, and he has something on it.
Boy, that was quick. Awfully close. Could have gone either way. That's pretty impressive for a 6'6" right-hander to be that quick to first base.
Very, very much so. And maybe that throwing angle allows him to be quicker. In the dirt for a 1-ball, 1-strike count. The Mariner bullpen has 13 wins to lead the American League, 4 losses, and the 4th best ERA in the league at 3.42. Breaking pitch comes in for strike 2 call, and it's 1-2 to Mark Loretta. Green was recalled for the minor leagues on the 23rd of May. It's 2-2.
You know, if you're going to be a base stealer, and an effective one, you're going to get picked off every now and then. I'm not sure if Chris was thinking about trying to steal a base there. But to me, a good base stealer is going to get picked every now and then because you have to be willing to take a pretty aggressive lead. Have a little daring over there.
Sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Green went to the University of Louisville. It's a big comeback for Rice over Louisville on Friday in the College World Series, down by 5 or 6 runs, coming back to win. A bat is flung outside third base. Loretta strikes out. 2 outs.
Owls play again tonight, I believe.
Did it?
I would say North Carolina, maybe.
Okay.
Green is a little bit different because most of those guys that throw from that sidearm or down under delivery, they'll kind of tilt their upper body to go with it. He stays somewhat upright and just flings it sidearm.
2 outs, and Hunter Pence comes around for the 4th time. He's 2 for 3. Strike to Pence. Carlos Lee's on deck. Breaking pitch makes it 0-2.
Happy Dad's Day, Rich Green of somewhere.
Might be Puyallup, Washington.
Ah.
Might be because the Mariners are televising back to that area. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Happy Father's Day to Herb Deshays if you're watching back in Messina, New York.
Oh, he's watching. You know he is.
Well, he might have to oversee some operation today. Parade or something going on.
Slider, and that's a wicked one. Pence strikes out to end the 6th inning. No runs, a hit. Nobody left after 6. 7-3 Houston. Inning right after our Dodge Texas truck stop. Let's hear what Roy Oswald's favorite non-baseball sport is.
Is hunting a sport? I guess I'd go with hunting probably. That's pretty much what I do in off season most of the time. You can't really watch hunting, but it's fun to do for as a activity. But I'm also I like NASCAR too. I like watching NASCAR. I don't get to see a lot of races during the season, but got to go to my first one this year for his live, and had a lot of fun.
Hunter Pence backing, and he catches the drive by Richie Sexton on the first pitch here from Dave Borkowski in the 7th inning. He went down on a knee to get that one. Sexton now 2 for 4 with an RBI as Borkowski comes in after Trevor Miller retires the older man he faces, Ibanez.
Big swing of the bat here by Richie Sexton, and Hunter goes back, and then says, wait a minute, not too far.
Borkowski's putting together a good season at 1-0 with a 3.21 ERA.
Got a big out last night on Guillen with the bases juiced. Good strikeout numbers.
Broussard takes it. It's strike one to him. He's 2 for 3. Borkowski's come in for more and more important assignments on this homestand. The other relievers have needed some rest, and that's given Dave a chance to move into tighter situations than normal. No balls, 2 strikes. He got a win Tuesday night in the 11-inning game over Oakland. Shutout innings. Gave up a tying home run in the 6th inning Thursday night to the A's, and then that big out last night JD talked about. Slider, ooh, that looked pretty good, but home plate umpire Brian Knight calls it ball 1. 42,019 of those folks bought tickets for this game. Another sellout. That's the 8th of the year. They hang out by the Conoco pump.
Yeah, it's been raining. It's hot and muggy. Great day to come out to the ballpark with Dad. Get it right on the shoulders. Put your cotton candy fingers in his hair.
Swing at him, miss. Yeah, that was. What was that? A split finger?
I'm guessing something a little off speed. Either you really got on top of a sinker, probably a split finger. It threw it hard. Watch the action on this ball.
Wow. Side to side movement and then down. That's a tremendous pitch with 2 strikes. Borkowski gets the first 2. Now it's Jojima facing him. Jojima's 0 for 3. And it's strike 1 with Rick White returning to the bullpen today as well. The Astros have some reinforcements from the right side. Gives them another veteran presence. 0-2, and with this trip coming up to 3 cities, they go to Anaheim for 3, Texas for 3, Milwaukee for 3. That's going to be a very important time for that bullpen. A strikeout of Jojima makes it a quick 1-2-3 7th. It's 7-3. The Astros lead the Mariners. For more on the Astros, stay tuned for tonight's Toyota Truck Game Break. We'll send it to Kevin after we honor our country with a singing of God Bless America.
In Minute Maid Park, as we send it down to the field to honor America, as Cantor David Propus sings God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
MSN Houston is being brought to you by Dodge, by Pennzoil, and by Southwest Airlines. The Astros bat in the home 7th inning, leading 7-3. The first pitch to Carlos Lee from Sean Green is ball 1. Carlos 0 for 3 today. He's hitting .246 so far in the month of June. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Morgan Ensberg's on deck. Mike Lamb up third. That one way inside, and it's a 3-0 count for Sean Green. The Astros have been out hit 12-8, but they got a first inning grand slam from Mike Lamb. He also had an RBI double in the third. Mark Loretta had a 2-run single in the second, giving Roy Oswalt a lot of early working room. 3-1. Roy in 5 2/3 innings surrendered 12 hits and 3 runs with 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Trevor Miller got an important out on Ibanez with 2 men on to close out the 6th inning. Dave Borkowski a 1-2-3 top of the 7th. Now the Astros looking for more room. Line drive caught by Vidro. 1 out in the 7th. It's Morgan Ensberg now. Morgan's walked twice and he's reached on an error, scoring 2 runs. This game started, his on base average was .315 for the season. Leans back for the slider and takes that for strike 1. Morgan's career on base average .372 coming into this year.
Well, last year, even when he wasn't hitting, he was drawing a fair number of walks. Just grinding. It's a process. You just kind of keep working, try to stay positive, try to take advantage of the opportunities you get, and hope you can kind of find your stroke, get on a roll.
Frisbee slider stays up, but it's 1-2.
Like Brandon Watson is on a roll.
Boy, isn't he though?
43-game hitting streak, the oldest, and actually breaks the International League record that was set 95 years ago. It's one of those good news, bad news deals. Hey, you've hitting 43 straight. You're still in AAA.
Yeah.
What have I got to do?
Probably wait for an opening. 2-2 to Ensberg.
Whoa!
Good grief.
Somebody cue Euchre. Just a bit outside. Now what did he do as a hitter? What am I looking for here? What's he trying to set me up with?
Oh, you know it. And ground ball fielded by Bloomquist. He knew it'd be in on him for out number 2. Mike Lamb on this homestand is 11 for 19. In this game, he's 2 for 2 with 5 runs batted in. Second career grand slam in the first inning, RBI double in the third, a walk in the 5th. Brad Ausmus is on deck. That's ball 1 to Lamb. Milwaukee is trailing in Minnesota 9-4 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Corey Hart and J.J. Hardy have gone deep for the Brewers. That's Hardy's 17th of the year. Tony Graffinino hit his 3rd, but they are losing by 5.
Ooh, didn't have to be. Brewers have won 4 in a row. Going to get pointed in the right direction again.
The Astros have a trip to Milwaukee on this next road trip. 2 balls and a strike. A chance to carve into that lead, which is now 9 games for Milwaukee over Houston. Chicago's in second, 6.5 back. St. Louis in third, 7.5 behind.
The Cubs actually have a better run differential than do the Brewers.
Do they really?
Yeah, they've actually, the difference between runs scored and runs given up. The Cubs better than that of the Brewers. It just hasn't translated into enough wins for the Cubs.
The Cubs are getting whacked today, 9-3 by San Diego after 7. 3 balls and 2 strikes for Mike Lamb. Mike Cameron hit his 7th home run for the Padres. Edwin Gonzalez, number 14. Cameron back with another one, and Khalil Green, number 8. Slider line to Sexton. That's a good swing of the bat for Mike. That's the only way they get him out today, by catching a line drive. Houston 7, Seattle 3, moving to the 8th. Houston leading Seattle. We saw something. We're scratching our heads, trying to remember if we've ever seen a pitcher come out to warm up a pitcher. Woody Williams, while Brad Ausmus was getting the gear on, was warming up Chad Qualls for 3 pitches.
You know, when we do that Rico scouting report, when Woody's the pitcher, we often say that he plays the whole game, but we typically don't include catching into that.
He's out there without any gear warming up Qualls. Now Ausmus takes it from him, and here's the 8th inning with Chad Qualls on the mound with Betancourt the batter. Here's strike 1. Betancourt 0 for 3 in this game. Qualls 5 and 3 with a 3.63 earned run average.
1 hitless last night. After a little bit of a bumpy ride, he's got it pointed back in the right direction. Can't hit that slider. Yeah, that's pretty much when he gets on top of that slider. He gets that good downward tilt on it. Hang with him, hitters.
This is 4 appearances on this 6-game homestand for Chad now. It's a 1-2 count. Bloomquist is on deck in the 9th spot. Then Ichiro due to bat third. Pitchers in the number 2 spot for Seattle. Up the middle, off Qualls' leg, and that's a hit. A painful one as Betancourt gets on. Woody Williams got one of those off the leg last night.
Now, ideally, you'd like to finish square to home plate so you're ready to field your position, but you don't want to sacrifice your mechanics in order to finish that way. If this is the way you throw because it allows you to get better movement or whatever it is, you know, that's just the nature of it. Ideally, you'd like to be able to finish square, especially a guy like Chad who throws a lot of sinkers and gets a lot of ground balls up the middle.
Bloomquist got a pinch single and scored a run in the 6th inning.
Greg Maddux has won so many Gold Gloves. He finishes in a good fielding position. He throws a lot of sinkers, gets a lot of ground balls, and almost always makes the play.
Strike in the corner to Bloomquist. The Mariners just keep hitting. They have 13 hits today. They have hits in all innings except the 7th. Borkowski had a 1-2-3 frame with 2 strikeouts. is pounded into the ground, and it's no balls, 2 strikes for Bloomquist. Atlanta's going for a sweep of that 3-game series over Cleveland, but it didn't happen. Final in, Cleveland won it 5-2. Fausto Carmona going to 8-2, beating Kyle Davies. He's 3-6. Borowski got his 20th save. Slider and a strikeout. 1 out in the 8th.
The Phillies have tightened things up in the East too, haven't they?
They have.
You know, the Mets have come back to the pack. They're just 2-8 in their last 10. The Phillies have been winning. Entered play today, just 2 games behind the Mets, a half a game behind Atlanta.
Yes, and Florida's only 5.5 back. Ichiro has 3 hits, sitting on 99 hits for the season. Make it 100 as he bounces it into right field. Unbelievable. 4-hit day for Ichiro. .100 hits, and 9 of them have come in this series.
He had close to 1,500 hits in Japan, I think, in his career. Let me see here. 1,278 hits in Japan. He had 1,354 hits in the major leagues prior to this season. 353 lifetime average while playing Oryx over there. 331. He's just a hitter. Doesn't matter. Nope. There's no league that he wouldn't hit in.
Now batting for Sean Green, it's Jose Guillen. 261, 9 homers, 40 runs batted in, 1 for 8. That one hit a home run. That was in the 6th inning last night. He looks at the slider. That's strike 1 to Guillen. For Sean Green, 2 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Runner at second, Betancourt. On at first, Ichiro. And a 7-3 game in the 8th. And pops it back. It's 0-2 to him. The Mariners are 4 for 10 in scoring position situations today with 3 runs batted in. And that's even better than their .293 team average for the season with men in scoring position. Guillen has hit only 179 on this Mariners road trip. His power production decent though. Fishes and comes up empty. Striking out for the second strikeout for Qualls. Good tight slider.
Yeah, once he got strike 1 on Guillen with a similar pitch, you had a feeling he'd offer it. That ball running off the outside corner. He's not a very disciplined hitter. He's a dangerous hitter. Not a real good hack there.
Mariners scored 5 runs in the first 2 games of this series, but they've constantly had traffic. Vidro is 3 for 4. There's ball 1 to him. Seattle had 10 hits last night. Mariners have come back with 14 more today. Very complimentary of Wandy Rodriguez Friday night. 2 balls and no strikes.
You see where their lineup would really be dynamic. They get Richie Sexson going. And Sexson has hit 10 home runs, but hitting just a .194 with guys like Ichiro and Vidro at the top of the order. There'd be plenty of opportunities for Sexson to drive in runs.
Good movement there, brings it back to the corner for a 2-1 count on Vidro. Sexson there in the dugout. Texas clobbered Cincinnati 11-4. Kevin Millwood going to 3-6 with a win, beating Bronson Arroyo. He's 2-8. Three balls and a strike. It has been a very long year already for Ron Washington, his rookie season as the Rangers manager. They're 17.5 back before today's games. They have a .368 winning percentage. That is the worst in the major leagues right now. Tap to shortstop. Bruntlett comes in. Accurate throw. Gets Bedro. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. The Astros lead at 7-3 in the 8th. Of Sport Replay shows you the speed of Ichiro, getting to the most hits of anybody in the first 7 years in the major leagues. He gets there with 4 more knocks today. And what a weekend series. He had 3 last night and 9 in the 3-game series.
And it's the eye-hand coordination for Ichiro, just amazing. Out on that front foot, keeps the hands back, and then he just lets that bat head fly through the zone, and he handles balls up, down, in, out. It doesn't matter. He covers the whole plate. Just a remarkable hitter. What a deal for these Astro fans this weekend. That's part of the whole interleague experience, to see the stars from the other leagues. So to be able to see Ichiro play at such a high level and yet have their club within 3 outs of sweeping the weekend series, that's a pretty good deal.
Very nice trade-off for these fans on Father's Day. They've seen a good show. Roy Oswalt can be the winning pitcher. Bullpen has come in for some very good work today. The fans have seen a lot of hitting. 14 hits from the Mariners, 8 from the Astros. Grand slam in the first from Lamb. Now Brandon Morrow enters this series for the first time. He's 3-1 with a 2.49 ERA.
Yeah, impressive young guy. He's 23 years of age. Mariners #1 pick last year out of the University of California. Walks have been a problem for him. No, look at that. 26 walks in 25 in the 3rd innings.
They were the main problem in his last outing against the Cubs. That was Thursday. He allowed 2 walks and 2 hits, got a blown save and a 5-4 loss, and was tagged with 2 earned runs in 1/3 of an inning. Brad Ausmus is 0 for 3. His hitting streak on the line here. And it's strike 1 to him. Eric Bruntlett will bat second. The pitcher's spot is due up 3rd in the inning. Foul tip, and it's no balls, 2 strikes for Brandon Morrow.
Better turn that dial up a little bit to get to his heater. 97, 96 mile-an-hour fastball.
He was the 3rd player from last year's draft to pitch in the majors, after Andrew Miller of Detroit and Joe Smith of the Mets when he made his debut this April. Line drive, right field line, headed for the corner. Ausmus takes the turn. Broussard backhands, firing to second base. Ausmus is in with a double and extends his hitting streak. His 12th double of the year.
Morrow was able to slip a couple of fastballs by him, but Brad able to get to that one. A little bit shorter, a little bit quicker to the ball. Good swing. Very good result.
Ausmus aboard. Brundlett the batter.
Might as well tack one more on here. Get him over, get him in.
Strike to Brundlett. He's walked twice, grounded out. He's trying to get him over with that bunt with Chad Qualls on deck, but the Astros are prepared to pinch hit. He bunts it foul, and it's 0-2. There's nobody actually warming up right now. We can see a pitcher getting loose in the Astros bullpen. Brian Moeller. So it looks like it could be another day off for Brad Lidge. And Dan Wheeler, perhaps.
Well, I'm thinking that if you're going to let Qualls try to finish this game, you're not bunting here.
Right, that's what's puzzling about it. If he's going to bat, why is Brundlett bunting? Greg Biggio's getting ready to pinch hit if needed. That makes sense. 1-2.
So whoever's got the 9 says, I don't need that much time to get ready. I'll start cranking it up after we get an out, probably. Must be what you're thinking.
Maybe Brian Moeller can do that. He pitched an inning last night.
Some of those guys down there, they get about 8 tosses and they're ready to go. It's
That's
amazing.
True. What was weird was this guy, Morrow, came out of the bullpen, stood at the mound with his catcher Jojima for about 2 or 3 minutes just talking, and the home plate umpire came out and said, let's warm up here. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
How was Jojima's English?
Supposedly pretty good. Went on a crash course right after he joined the Mariners for that very reason, so he could converse with the pitchers. Morrow has struck out 20 in his last 16 2/3 innings. Ooh, that's a tough one to catch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And that sharp breaking slider from Brandon Morrow.
Jojima's range has been tested today back there. He's had a couple balls way outside that he's had to lunge for.
Flared up the right field line. Sexton, Broussard. Out of play.
Yes, yes, yes.
Isn't he glad he stayed? Not very. There's a guy who's pumped.
He's just relishing in the moment. He's got a video camera too. He's filming his own heroics.
Was he?
Coming to a YouTube soon.
Line into center field. Ausmus to third base. Ichiro gets there, and it's 1st and 3rd on the single by Brundlett. Now Qualls is coming back, and Orlando Palmeiro has a bat in the on-deck circle. Well, the Astros leading 7-3. Will get a pitcher loose right now as Palmeiro, with a 196 average, no homers, 2 runs batted in. Pinch hits for Qualls. Orlando as a pinch hitter, 6 for 32, and he's driven in 2. Chad Qualls in 1 inning allowed 2 hits and no runs. He had no walks and struck out 2. Palmeiro 0 for 1 in this series. Orlando has 111 pinch hits. That's 12th on the all-time list.
Infield comes in for the Mariners.
He takes strike 1. Chris Burke's on deck. Palmeiro had a 3-game hitting streak that was snapped earlier this homestand. One ball and one strike for Brandon Morrow.
Go ahead and steal second base here, Brownie.
It's not a bad thought. .267 career pinch hitter with 46 runs batted in. Strike makes it 1-2. The Mariners have Ibanez, Sexton, and Broussard due up in the 9th. Pittsburgh beat the White Sox 8-7. Sean Chacon won that one over Nick Massett. Matt Capps got his 5th save. Jose Bautista on number 6. Fouled away. Dan Wheeler is in the Astros bullpen working right now. Arizona down Baltimore 6-4. Brandon Webb winning his 7th. Beating Chad Bradford. There's Wheeler for the Astros. Jose Valverde got save number 22 for the D-backs. We got homers from Eric Burns and Chris Snyder. Bouncer into right field. A pinch hit for Palmeiro. That'll get a run home and make it 8-3. Osma scoring. And the Astros build onto their lead as Palmeiro strikes a nice RBI single into right.
A real nice job getting on top of that fastball from Morrow. Guy throws that hard. You got to really emphasize the top hand. Try to hit the ball hard on the ground or hit a line drive somewhere with the infield pulled in. We'll squeak one through that hole. Bruntlett had to take evasive action so he didn't get hit by it.
Osma scores the run to make it a 5-run lead. That's 11 hits for the Astros. And that's 5 games in a row in which they have had 11 hits or more. A total of 64 hits in the last 5 games. Chris Burke has 2 of those hits today. He's bunting. Bloomquist going to Vidro. Runners move along. Bruntlett to third. And Palmeiro to second on out number 1.
Excellent bunt by Chris Burke.
It was.
That's what the Astros did last night. They were able to play add-on late. Ensberg hit that 2-run homer in the 8th. Turned a 7-4 game into a 9-4 game.
Now the infield is in. Mark Loretta had a 2-run single in the 2nd. He's 1 for 3 with a walk. Hunter Pence on deck. It's ball 1 for Brandon Morrow.
Barry Bonds hit a home run today. 748
in Boston. Interesting to see what the response was to that on the highlights tonight. They weren't really supportive of his cause. 1 ball and 1 strike. He had made some comments about not wanting to play in Boston a few years ago. And of course, those get dredged up when he travels there. There's 2 balls and a strike to Mark Loretta.
The choo-choo went way back in the 1st.
Yes, it did. And the Lamb slam. 3 balls and a strike. Brandon Morrow, not yet 23. This is from Santa Rosa, California.
Struggling with his command here today, as he has obviously throughout the year. We showed you those walk numbers. Pretty ugly. I wonder if he continues to struggle, if he wouldn't be better off pitching down in the minor leagues.
Well, that's the whole thing. Development. For a 1st-round pick. He was the 5th player drafted last year. So they wouldn't want him to struggle here at this level. Rafael Chavez, the pitching coach, to the mound. Loretta drawing his 2nd walk of the day. Bases are loaded for Hunter Pence.
And that was with a lot of young pitchers. They haven't quite developed their secondary pitches yet, whether it's the breaking ball, the changeup, especially coming out of the pen, where you probably need at least, or you can get by with just one more good one on top of that fastball. So if you don't have confidence in that secondary pitch, and you basically become a one-pitch pitcher, and then the hitters are sitting on your fastball, and you're afraid to throw it over the plate, so you take shots outside of the strike zone, and you end up walking people. I'm not sure that's exactly what's going on with this kid. I haven't seen him pitch much. It's kind of what it looks like here today.
Hunter Pence has 2 hits and 4 at-bats. Another multi-hit day for Hunter, and now a bases-loaded opportunity. With 1 out, and the infielders will come in again. His first major league homer was a grand slam at St. Louis, May 5th.
Is that a call?
Yep. Strike to Pence.
Cheese at the knees there.
The last time the Astros had 2 grand slams in a game, believe it or not, was July 30th, 1969 at New York by Dennis Menke and Jimmy Wynn, and they had them in the same inning.
Would they get Jim McAndrew? Danny Fasella?
Doesn't say. We don't think it was Tom Seaver, do we? 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 to Hunter Pence.
Probably not Nolan.
No.
Not both of them.
Mike Hargrove spinning around. A rough weekend for his club, which had a good road trip until arriving in Houston. Oh.
2-2. Did him a favor, went after a bad slider, but that had to look good coming out of his hands.
The Astros have not swept a 3-game series this year.
Pulled off that slider.
Hot shot into left field, scoring Bruntley and Palomero. A 2-run single for Hunter Pence, giving him 28 runs batted in. And this turns into a huge 8th inning for the Astros.
And good hitting, good execution with the sacrifice bunt by Chris Burke.
Now it's 10-3 as Pence gets his 3rd hit of the game. That's it for Brandon Morrow. 7-run lead for Houston. Carlos Lee will bat against a new pitcher right after this. And the Astros are blowing it out. They lead at 10-3. Plenty of Hunter Pence fans. They just saw him get his third hit of the game, driving in 2 with a single. Now lefty George Sherrill comes in. He is pitcher number 5 for the Mariners. He is 2-0 with a 1.86 ERA. 1.66 ERA.
Boy, sparkling numbers for Sherrill. 23 strikeouts and just 3 walks in 21 2/3 innings. 1 home run allowed, a .62 batting average against. For a guy who was not drafted out of college. Signed and played independent ball for the Evansville Otters back in 1999.
Old buddy Charlie Kerfeld signed him.
Good sign, Chuck.
Carlos Lee's 0 for 4. He's lined out twice to second base. He has runners at first and second and 1 out. And it's ball 1. Sherrill just turned 30 in April. Last year was his first major league season, first full one, and he pitched in 72 games to tie J.J. Putz, the closer, for the team lead in appearances.
Haven't seen Putz this weekend, have we?
Nope. They haven't had a lead in the 9th inning.
Seen everybody else in that bullpen. Sherrill also played for the Winnipeg Golden Eyes. That's a team that Hal Lanier managed for years. I'm not sure if Hal's still up there. Sherrill will pitch for him or not.
Yeah, he was in that independent league for 4 years before the Mariners signed him. Fly ball left field. They're getting up in the Landry's Crawford boxes, but on the warning track, it's Ibanez for the grab. He fires back to second, and Loretta gets back on out number 2. Carlos Lee almost reached him. Los Caballitos were saddling up, but he fell just short of that ride for them down Home Run Alley.
Time to put the ponies back in the corral, boys.
What do they do on road trips?
They watch us on television. If he goes deep, they run around the house with a stick pony.
Morgan Ensberg is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks. Foul away, strike 1. He is the 8th Astro to bat here in the 8th inning. And runs on 12 hits. And a lot of happy folks with all these foul balls today, too. Sherrill last pitched on Thursday against the Cubs, 1 hitless inning. Jojima has done a lot of stretching to catch some of these errant tosses today. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Hyperextend that shoulder.
He has gotten a workout.
Good looking catcher, though. The way he receives the ball, moves around back there.
It's 2-1. Mike Lamb's on deck. The Seattle bullpen, which had such glittering numbers coming into this series, has really been tested. Sweepless in Seattle.
Clever.
It was very clever. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Astros are trying for their first ever sweep of an American League club since June of 05, when the Astros swept Toronto in a 3-game series here at Minute Maid Park. They've played 12 consecutive series against American League clubs without sweeping any.
So it really wouldn't be sweepless, would it?
No, it wouldn't. But that's all right. It was a good thought.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
And the Astros come up with 3 in the 8th inning to extend their lead to 10-3. Baseball on FSN Houston is being brought to you by Southwest Airlines and by your Texas Ford dealer. Rick White was just activated today from the disabled list, and he comes in for the 9th inning. Dan Wheeler had been warming up, but it's now 10-3. The Astros are doing just what that sign implores: win for dads. They're trying for their first sweep of a 3-game series all season long. And a win today would give them a 4-2 record on this homestand, one of their best homestands of the year. Rick White is 1-0. His ERA is 6.
Now Rick got off to a great start this year, then struggled a little bit. Just coming off his second stint on the DL. Earlier it was the oblique, now the pinched nerve. 24 innings of work. He struck out 11, walked 12. Last time he took the hill was May 31st. He has not given up a run in June. Unbelievable.
Orlando Palmeiro stays in to play left field. Carlos Lee checking out of the game after going 0 for 5. And the pitcher White is in Lee's 4th spot in the order. Palmeiro batting 9th as the 9th inning rolls around. And here is Ibanez. He is 1 for 3 with a walk.
It's a little 93-mile-an-hour fastball with run. Headed towards the outside corner. Raul, be ready. Got it up a little bit. 92. I was off by a mile.
Here's strike one call. Shad Qualls in 1 inning, allowed 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Bullpen has not given up any runs. Fouled away, and it's 0-2. Been kind of a regrouping week for the Astros relievers. Getting a little more rest.
Yeah, some pretty good starting pitching and a whole lot of offense, and that makes it that much easier for Phil Garner to manage that bullpen. You're playing those tight, low-scoring games. You kind of lean on the same guys all the time. It's, Qualls, Wheeler, Lidge.
Absolutely. And eventually they have to have a little downtime. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Brad Lidge worked Thursday 2 innings in that 11-inning contest with Oakland. Then he came back to work another inning on Friday, so he got yesterday off and another day off today. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and that could put the Astros bullpen in good stead come tomorrow night against the tough Angels in Anaheim. Last 3 games, 6 scoreless innings for the Astros bullpen. Fouled out of play. It's still a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And you've heard talk, perhaps, if you've listened to interviews lately, about the Astros saying, well, we really could use a 10-game winning streak right here. That's tough to get, but winning series back-to-back is certainly a good goal. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The Oakland series was a difficult one with those 2 extra inning games. The Astros split those 2. Hard fought baseball this week. Now back 3-2, and all along as the schedule progressed this year and you looked at the Astros interleague games, it appeared that these would be a difficult part of the schedule with Oakland and then Seattle and then the Angels and then on to Texas. Line drive center. Pence. 1 out. Our player of the game is brought to you by Gatorade. Got to be Mike Lang. His 2nd career grand slam in the 1st inning made it 4-0. Home run number 5 of the year. And then an RBI double in the 3rd inning. 5 runs batted in today for Mike Lang.
And he walked in his 3rd plate appearance, and last time up hit a bullet. Was caught by Richie Sexton down there at first base. He is locked in.
He really is. Sexton at the plate. Rick White gets the foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes. Mets and Yankees play tonight at Yankee Stadium. Orlando Hernandez, Shin-Min Wong. Fly ball out toward Hunter Pence. Turns into out number 2. Oakland leads St. Louis 5-2. They're in the 3rd inning. Oakland got 5 in the 1st. Jack Cust hit his 9th home run. Scott Spezio, who pitched the other night for the Cardinals, hit his 3rd homer. San Diego walloped the Cubs 11-3. Ben Broussard has 2 of the hits. There have been 14 hits for Seattle. No strike one. The guys in the pitching staff will probably get together after the game as they exchange handshakes and say, tidy little 14 hitter.
Yeah, he's scattered 14.
3 runs.
Kept him in the yard, didn't walk many.
That's what matters. You're right, only 2 walks in the game. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. With number 30 at stake here for the Astros. They've lost 39. They'd love to make a move on 500. A couple of days ago, they had, it was before last night's game, exactly the same record as the 2005 team at the corresponding point in the schedule. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fly ball left field. Palmeiro can't get there. A 2-out single for Broussard, and he's had a 3-hit day.
So, fans in Houston got to see Ichiro, and fans from Beaumont got to see Ben Broussard have a nice day here.
Yes, they did.
I don't know if there's any local interest in Kenji Jojima.
Well, there might be. The way he's hit this year, he's 0 for 4. And as you said, you like him as a receiver. He could be a fun guy to watch for the next few years for this Mariners club. Runner takes off. No play on him. It's strike 1. Broussard into second base on fielder's indifference. Minnesota is leading Milwaukee 9-7. They're in the bottom of the 8th. 1-1. So the Astros, if they get a Milwaukee loss and they win this game, would be 8 games behind the Brewers. Fouled, and it's 1-2 in that Dodger Angel game. The Angels have scored 4 in the top of the 3rd. They are still batting. They lead at 4-1 over the Dodgers. Fans have seen quite a day. 10-3. Roy Oswalt, win number 7 on the line. Line drive goes foul. Roy would be 9-3 against the American League clubs if he gets a win today, and the Astros would be 14-5 in his 19 career interleague starts with a win today.
Seattle slew Seattle. We always have to deal with that Houston, we have a problem stuff.
Oh yeah.
Good job of Seattle slew on them.
2 balls, 2 strikes. We talk about stigmas that follow cities around. There's usually one kind of a catchphrase like that. Chris Sampson and John Lackey do the pitching tomorrow night. Pre-game show, Astros live at 8:30. Foul back, it's still 2-2, and we'll get a chance to visit the Astros Inner City Baseball Academy in Compton, California. Not too far from Anaheim on Tuesday. You'll be able to see some interviews and scenes from there on a future pregame show, probably Wednesday night. Enos Cabell and Ricky Bennett are going on the trip. Tap the shortstop. Ensberg cuts over and makes the final play. Rick White returns to the action. Scoreless 9th inning. Roy Oswalt goes to 7-4. Jared Washburn, the loser, is 5-6. A big day for Hunter Pence as he drove in 2 on his 3rd hit. And Mike Lamb certainly with a huge day. He has provided the only home run in this game, but what a beauty it was. A grand slam in the 1st inning. That's $20,000 which has been raised in our game today for prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 800-798-CURE or go online to www.prostatecancerfoundation.org. A $20,000 home run and a grand slam for Lamb. It's 10-3. The Astros beat the Mariners and they sweep this 3-game series. Stay right here. The Astros Live postgame show is just ahead with interviews and highlights. Greg Lucas will be with Bobby Tolan out of the Landry's Crawford boxes for analysis. All up next here on FSN Houston.